Howdy. Yay. Everything continues, it's just the next day. And this is the horror story of the wasted resin. I guess. I mean, it's a horror story. It's just, I think it might have been filmed in the last hour-ish somewhere. But I'm still not gonna go out. Not until I am finished with all this. I definitely need to make a picture here. Hey, Blood, what up? Yampe in the middle. Or where should I stand? Where should I stand? Like this, it's okay. Okay, first this. I don't think that. Maybe I'm not gonna wait for anything, just making some pose. But then she's not looking on the ground. Yeah. Let's do confident. Whatevs. And oh yeah, so you're doing the free stuff that we get from Epic. Should I have all this in the frame? Let's make a picture where everything is in the frame. Okay.
こういった事例もあるのか。核も世は広大で記事にあふれるかな。
Okay, this might not be good enough. It's too much distorted. And this one is okay. Like this, okay. Okay. Cool. Okay, not doing too much with it, I guess. Yeah, I'm thinking of what I'm going to play next, but I would like to make my Twitter like more relevant with that. Trying to do some stuff involving Facebook and whatnot. It's just I'm rarely at the front of my PC nowadays. I mean, every day it happens. It's just I rarely have actual time to be here and do valuable stuff. Not valuable. No, it's like relevant or in long term. So when I'm sitting here, it's usually just for shorter time or like necessary time. I'm much more at my workplace, but there I cannot use the PC for the PC that we have there, the computer there. It's more like work related. I have a folder there where I can write stuff, so I can work on scripts and whatnot, and actually my novel also. But it's just the background work, so it's the actual work is not happening. I mean, actual work is happening there, but that's nothing. Nothing connected to what I want to do here. Okay, so we have another domain here. I guess I'm just entering. Drinking my frappe while at it. Possible rewards, nothing. Huh. A wondrous space hidden within the chasm's depth. It is a key location filled with many mysteries. If I get to that point, I mean, what's this? So I'm answering that right now. So what I'm planning to do with that is that I wouldn't I mean, eventually maybe in a printed form, but I'm what I'm planning with it is that I read it and do background pictures or maybe illustrations if I have the time or a person who would be able to help me with that. So that it wouldn't be like a novel that someone has to read, but that someone has to listen to. It's more like so. What I should do with that, because I'm more used to write in a way that because I'm writing it in English. I'm more used to write in a way where using this novel type things, the actual ways or habits that novelists have, but I would like to turn it a little bit more on the side as if I am telling a tale. So it's less like reading it than actually just sitting here and telling the story, for someone to addressing the reader or the listener, more like it, but still have that type of thing that someone said this, someone said this, someone thought this. The problem is that I also have that thing that is similar than how it is in the book Dune with Frank Herbert, that there are thought processes in people's minds, and also there are like parts of certain episodes that are entirely in someone's mind. So it's like just a thought process, and not just like sentences, but more like pages, multiple pages that they are thinking. But what I'm doing right at this point, that it's pretty condensed, so it's not like not too long, not too much descriptions. The events happening are really happening quickly and not drawn out too much. So that, because that way I would like to have, like in an episodic version or episodic uploads with it, but I don't want it to be like okay, for 10-15 minutes and there's barely something happening. More like in around the 10-15 minutes that there are lots of things happening there, and I'm getting to the end of the episode, and not too much filler with descriptions there. So I think that in that department I am doing very good with it, but I'm really at the beginning of the actual writing part, the basic things like the characters, the storyline, these what's the word that I'm looking for? I'm gonna tell. The sketch, the outline, the draft. So those stuff. Okay, I wouldn't use basically. Maybe the draft is the best word for it. So the draft is ready. So I know that where I'm going with, where I'm coming from, where I want to end it. What are the different things that will happen in it? How it will connect to stuff that I want to bring in from the past, the story, history, kind of way. So it's everything ready that way. But actually, what I would like to tell, it's not too much ready on that part. So there are the places that, not places, but for example, places, but what's the word? Location. Just yeah, I almost too late. So the locations that I'm using, the events that I'm using, the enemies, creatures, characters, and even like parts like religion in there and whatnot. Those are already. So it's not like when I get there and I have to think that, okay, how am I gonna implement this, because it's already there. So that way, basically the easiest part is that I have. Well, it has a fantasy part of it and the cyberpunk part of it. So it's never like our world, never our reality, but it is something that in a fantasy world that changed over time, and we are starting in the cyberpunk part of the that reality, and there are stories that are catching back to what happened like sometimes hundreds, sometimes thousands of years ago, because there are some characters that are like living long or immortal, or these kind of characters, and also those who are actually mortal. So it will have a bit of a superhero effect, and but it's more like it's more similar to how the boys use superheroes. It's just in my word, it's more like elemental abilities, and it's not like nothing revolving around them. No one calls them superheroes. They are not really heroes. They are more like the assholes. So in that regard, it's similar than the boys, that they are the assholes. It's just they are not posing as they are not assholes in that word. So they are like a mystical part of it. It's how they came to be, but magic is not something that's new in that world. It's more like there are the different races, and there are the different type of magic, and those are the rest was always there, and it evolved. But these kind of not race, but sub races that came and have like superpowers, they are like, they just appeared at one time, and it's part of the story. And I'm really happy that it's not how it is in the boys series, because I was worried when I was watching that it's that it will have too much similarities there. And I'm like, okay, I did not even watch this movie, and I have like similar thoughts how I'm gonna implement my characters who have these powers. But then so it's different enough. That's what I'm saying. But I don't want to give away too much, of course, because that would be spoiler for my, not just for the boys, but for my story. It's revolving around that much enough. But the history before that, so when we are going back to thousands of years, that is leading to that point, and that is not something that they know that it's leading there. So the past, the history in that world is another. I think for me it's like almost a more interesting stuff, but I think it's very good. I found a very good way, because I've been working on that for years, but I found a good way to have a central point where events are mixing from everywhere, that it comes together in a way that going back to those. So I can start in a later point and go backwards and make it relevant, so I don't have to start somewhere there and just telling a story that that goes in a way that so back then that was my problem, that it was like there was no end game. But now I have this end game part of the story, and I could start with this to make the past, make the history relevant in that world. So that was something that why it was on the shelf for a while. So and actually I'm good with this. So this is world building, how we call it, you know. So I'm good with this because I have like multiple worlds that I built in this way. So I have another fantasy world that I built, and I've written parts of it, but I've written that in Hungarian, so it's not translated. I have nothing in English in that one. But I did not finish that. But I have a very interesting past for that world, and I eventually I would like to write that one. But I think I can do a better work with this one, and I can implement it in my YouTube channel. So that's why I'm working on this one instead more. And this one actually, it was planned to be like a background story for a video game that we were planning to do back then before I moved to UK and whatnot. So it was like 5-6 years ago, even more maybe. But then I have lots of scripts that I'm using from what I made back then. So as I'm saying, a lot of background work was before that. But I actually started to write this one this year, so a few months ago. And in the meantime, of course, working, not too much streaming nowadays, but working, streaming, having friends, and you know, social life with it, traveling, and also dentist. There's a lot of things that I have to. Yeah, video game. If you want to have ideas for a more grandiose video game, we can talk. I have some, but I don't know if in that part. So I'm more like with the story part. I can make stuff like in the world building, that how it should be, like have different ways the story can go with different characters. So it's not like just a linear one. I'm good with that, but I'm nothing good with how to program or, you know, make 3D graphics on animation or whatnot. So I have nothing, basically nothing with that. I can do sketches, maybe, and a lot of times those are like crap. So I'm better with the story part of it. No. Let's go with this. Okay, so what's this? What a weird and wonderful scene. Space-time has become totally chaotic.
遠くに見える巨大な円盤。待てよ。まさかあれが大義版なのか。
I mean, so look at that huge disc in the distance. Hold on, is that the fantastic compass? So we're talking about this. This is the door that probably we are like this high here, and it's even bigger than a cooking pot. It's even bigger than all our heads combined. I mean, those are not scales to compare it to. And this chick has a scale in her idol animation. I'm just so fucked up. Use a banana. I mean, what the fuck? Paimon is also on the same page. I am Paimon, like always. Oh, so Sven, the main character. Have you played? Probably not, because it's a quite an old game. I don't know if it's anything compared to what you're doing. It's just it makes me think of Planescape Torment. It's an RPG. You know, it's like I think it's in the same world as Baldur's Gate, but it's a more like it's a chaotic. It's a much different world. So it's still fantasy, but it has different aspects in it and different types of characters. And I think it's the best game in that RPG era. So that's basically a story, and you said that you're using actual historical myths that that your home has, your country has, or your area. I don't know how to say it. What's the word for that? Because it's not the country. Whatever.
どうやら私たちは正しかったようだな。法律家としての勘がささやいている。あれが私たちの探している方々である可能性は非常に高い。
So, starting from how we were yesterday with this story, it brings out our fears and also our desires, and it can turn our desires into fears. For example, here the desire is something that we cannot even move, or maybe not even use, but I think it will be a puzzle here. It's more like maybe we can turn this into a more compact thing. Huh?
だが本当に大義版だとしてもいくらなんでも大きすぎる。どうやって持ち帰ればいいんだ。
How big is your office that you think that it would even fit in there?
おっと、弱音なんか吐いてる場合じゃなかったな。先に周りを調べてみよう。おい、あれは
Oh.
砲塔弾じゃないか。
Well, it's a much smaller version of it. I think it's part of it, so it's even more complicated than the big one. What are the treasure hoarders
な
doing
んだ
there?
か見覚えが。そうだ、数日前に遭遇した奴らだ。
Oh. So we're fighting already.
そこだ。トン。
Why is it just Yanfei?
は、よ、ほれ。いや、はあ。くらえ。炎食いの剣、そこだ。燃えよ。くらえ。はは。小さい円盤だ。外観と盤面の配置を見たところ。これが方々。大義版で間違いないだろう。地面に埋め込まれた小さな大義版。一体何に使う？はあ、前回と同じように簡単に片付けられた。以前大きな商業案件の処理を手伝った時、その犯人が私に仕返しするためわざわざ砲塔弾を雇ったことがあったんだ。
Being a legal advisor sounds tough.
幸い武芸の鍛錬はちゃんとしていたため事なきを得たんだが、しかしさっきの奴らはあの時と全く同じだった。まさか
Well,
この空間は私の記憶を再現しているのか。おそらくこれも私たちを消耗させる手段の一つなんだろう。これはだいぶ凝っているな。
So no, we're not leaving the domain. I thought so. Actually, there's something that I've been thinking of. How games are nowadays. at least single player games, like story-based ones, that if you are having a gameplay mechanic, shut up. You have a gameplay mechanic that you're using for the main game, but later on, so you're not putting everything in there in the beginning, but you keep stuff that that you pick up along the way as you go there. So it's like I don't know, even in Tomb Raider, even in God of War and whatnot, you know, you get gadgets and whatnot that that changes the gameplay a little. That makes you able to do some different stuff, like grappling hook, for example, or like, because here in this game, for example, shut up. You know, in this game, I cannot go up there right now. So you get this wing, for example, right at the beginning, but here the gameplay changes as new characters come out, so there are different ways they are fighting. But because of that you had to have the main game here, you basically the developers had to put like the basic game mechanics, they had to put there right from the beginning. And they're just combats change. There are like different types of puzzles that are in the game, but it's not like something that stays in the game. I mean the puzzles department, because we had a puzzle yesterday that is definitely something that we will not see anymore. Or if we see that, then it's like a few updates later and again in the story, and it would be like, why is it the same that we have again? So puzzles are like a one-time thingy. But those gadgets, like, do we have them here? For example, here we have a few. For example, this one, this gadget that gives us light and lets us like dissolve some magical goo at some point, or these ones that revealed some invisible stuff. So these are like for that area, for those quests, but now they are useless. But usually with a single player game, it's something that you use from that moment along the story. So it's just what I'm saying, that you shouldn't have everything at the beginning, but have something added from time to time. Okay, why am I going here? Note of unknown origin. Okay, let's read it. It's not here, it's here. Letter 1. I asked Master Boyang if I could borrow pen and paper to write home, but now that I have them, I have no clue what to write. You know what? I hope everyone back home is doing fine, and I miss my daughter. It was some person. So it has the same setting that the one upwards. Okay, let's go forward. Ah. What do you mean? That was there. So what was the one previously? Is that where we came in? Another time.
ここらで合流できるかと思ったが、誰もいないようだな。
Faye, what's the sound?
パデュイ？まさか、これも誰かの記憶か？
Well, it could be mine. I fought the Pithew a few times.
気をつけろ。予想通りのようね。
Oh, so we check into Yelan's memory.
イエラン、いたのか。何度挑んでこようとも仕留めるまでよ。一緒にいるときはそんなこと話すなよ。
冷たくサクサク。これでも
捕まえた。ボン。よっ。あ、いや。トン。はあ、くらえ。よっ。こんなの。
What the fuck? That was quite the... It was way too quick to die.
痛がっちゃ嫌よ。捕まえた。せっとやよっふっかやと痛がっちゃ嫌よ。急がなくてもいいのよ。たふっはふふせよっとどの目が出るかしら。やはせやふん
骨を刺す風。
よっふふふよっ。捕まえた。かかれ。はっとふっせ
Hey.
よっはっ糸よ工作せよ。やっふっ
ダメでは生き物というここから本当に出られないか。見たことすべてを記憶し
That was much quicker.
よくもまああんな小細工で尾行してくれたものね。はあ、相変わらずの腕前だな。
That was just
覚え
now.
ているかしら。私が他の場所で幻影を見たって言ったこと。その時に聞いた内容と一致するわ。この記憶はこの空間によって再現されているようね。まあいいわ。これで当時の状況も把握できるから。あいつタイと言っていたが、大義版のことか。エンヒ、地面にあったものは見たかしら。ああ、これを調整することでお前と合流できたんだ。おそらく遠くにある大義版の縮小版だろう。この空間と強く紐づいているようだ。私、なんだかそれに見覚えがあるの。ちょっと思い出してみるわ。
Maybe that's the thing that causes all the trouble that we are facing here. I mean, that sign, I definitely remember that we had that in the other puzzle. Bless me, and I think it's not lit up, but I think this is the other one that we have that we had, and maybe I'm just not remembering the last. Okay. I don't know the gameplay. I'm just going from what you've written here. So it's like you say that there's just block and one attack and heal. And for example, what I'm saying that I don't know if I picture like a platformer type of game at this point, but I don't know. So it's for example, at one point there's like a something that you just can't jump through, so there would be like a certain type of grapple hook that at certain points that you can just go over that hole, for example, go over that hole with that. So it's not like you can use it anywhere, or for example, like you pick up a bow somewhere that has like maybe not infinite shots, or maybe just can be only used with different types of like switches. You need to use it in the distance or something like that. So these are just these type of ideas. So it's not that you have to implement that. It's just there needs to be. So if there are these things that you can do in the beginning of the game, and the whole game you are using that all the time, then it doesn't change. Then it will be like a very, very old games like Prehistoric, for example, that comes to mind. But what I'm saying, for example, even the environment can be used. You know, the level designs can be used, because for example there's Celeste. There's that's a game I think there for example every game mechanic is given in the beginning, or most game mechanics are given in the beginning. It's just as the levels grow, it's like every new level room, as you get in, there is something that makes it just a little bit more, that you have to master that way how you are using your character and the abilities that she already has in that game. So it's always that you're using the same thing. It's just as you think of it, that okay, you need to use it together with the other type of jump or grab or something that is needed for you to get through at this obstacle. So it's like, okay, you figure it out, and maybe you think of it that maybe you could have done it this way, but it's a bit harder. But then on the next page, the next window, the next room, you have to use the other one, because if you don't use it, the harder way that you could avoid in the previous one, but now it's unavoidable that you need to use that. And also the blood essence is for me it's more like fits you better because I call you blood like all the time, and your name is because of that. For me it's like blood essence. It sounds better, I think. And death essence is maybe you can use it for something else. It could be like sometime a name of some type of mechanic, for example. Like as you say, for example, again, that this guy has died, and it draws some power from the Shadowlands. So maybe that at one point he needs to use these otherworldly powers, and for that to be able to use it, he needs that essence. So you don't have to like throw out the death essence mechanic, but implement it in another way. You know, for example, like at that point, when you pick it up, then you can have this like out of body type of, or maybe strengthens you or protects you, or just brings out a ghost from the other world that helps you fight or something like that. I'm just throwing off ideas, so it's not like you should do that. It's just what I'm saying. But I'm still thinking like it's a 2D platformer, so you correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, rotate the needles on the fantastic compass at different points to change the time in this area and jump to different times. Your actions in a certain previous point in time may affect the point in time you jump to. Huh. But now it's only... You're already here. Just a second here. So the thing is, that what if I go in to the same point? Another lateral. This one is, I'm writing this letter on behalf of Hulan. He hopes that his family is also well. If not for this pass, he would have wanted to go back to spend the lantern ride with them. Okay. So this way we are back right where we were. But that's not really much, then we just changed it back to what it was. So now we're back where we were. I'm a bit confused. Because this feels like further back. So that's just only 2 places where we can go. Huh. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing.
急がないと。
I don't know. What is... What is the goal here? Maybe there needs to be a sequence or something? I don't know what I'm doing.
急がないと。
This is just these two stages. I can't even get there, can I? Oh wait, I can open this. What did this do? That didn't change anything.
急がないと。 行くわよ。
Wait.
ついていきます。
That didn't change anything. So maybe I need to look for differences?
次の仕事は
Or were those there like all the time? Something changed.
Hey. 運動は必要です。
Is there anything else different?
ついていきます。
Huh.
次の の仕事は？
難攻不落。
It takes us again to the other
Yeah.
place. Now this did let me come closer. Cannot close this back up.
難攻不落。
I'm so confused. Wait, what? Huh. Doesn't let me go up there. There's nothing here. I cannot figure this out. It seems like... So if there's by any chance that something different is happening, then it's by chance. I don't know. Can I even lie here? No. Nope. So it's just these two.
甘い。
いやほれ瞬く間に
What? What could I basically do? So this is nighttime. When we are at this place, is it always nighttime?
急がないと
I cannot access the clock, so I cannot change the day or night time.
急がないと 行くわよ
I don't see a difference. Question is, if I change this, then inside the time changes, so it's not like I should go Okay, there has to be a clue that I'm not seeing. And that's not the signal sign that I was thinking of. Here I can see that is what is waiting for me. But that was the same every time. Trying to figure out if there's something indicating anything differently in there. What the fuck? There will be something obvious because the Genshin puzzles are never this complicated. Now, for example, now I came in and it's set to the other time. So it's not like I enter here. As I enter, the next one says this time. If I enter, it's still. As I enter, it's this time. If I look at that, okay, I don't see the logic. When should I change it? When should I leave it? Oh, it is. What if I just exit the domain? Okay, challenge failed, but what was the challenge? So will it tell me again? Again? Oh fuck. Okay, okay, okay. Why can't I skip
法
it?
律家としての勘がささやいたが、本当に大義版だとしても、いくらなんでも大きすぎる。あ、おっと、弱音なんか吐いてる場合じゃなかったな。
Come on.
おい、あれは報道なんだか見覚えが。
相手の間違いだ。
よっははくらえトンはあやほれよっトンそこだははほれははあよっトンさあくらえは以前大きな商業案件の幸いしかしさっきのやつらはおそらく急がないと小さい円盤だ外観と盤面の配置を見たところこれが方々大義板で間違いないだろう地面に埋め込まれた小さな大義板おや新たな入り口のようだよかった、ついていきますはい。
うわこれってトンネルか
So it shows nighttime in this mode as well.
もう一つの世界や
ここらで合流できるかと思ったが誰もいないようだなパデュイまさかこれも予想通りのようねイエラン何度挑んで一緒にいると
冷たくサクサク
これでも痛がっちゃいないあら下がれ行くぞよっやほれはよっかかれたや燃えよ
I should have pressed it for longer. How the fuck did you know? I thought that I am invisible when I'm at that state.
下がれトンやはあそこだ短所鉄拳くらえほれ燃えよくらえよ
やめてはいけないというここから本当に出られないか見たこと全てを記憶し大義板に残す家に帰らないもうこう持たない
Haha.
よくもまあ、
Okay.
相変わらずの腕前だな覚えているかしらその時に聞いた内容と一致するわこのまあいいわあいつエンヒ地面にあったものは見たかしらああこれ私
Okay. So but it doesn't tell me again. Fuck. If I should move.
行こうよ
So I can open this. Okay, what if I... It doesn't even let me into the archives. That's the Rams. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Lurk Imperial. And here I cannot check. What it is about. Yeah, that's the switch. is that? Why is my ping so high?
冒険も商売もチャンスは一瞬なの。
I dropped some frames.
行
But
くわ
now
よ。
it's alright.
急がないと。
But why are these clippings so fucking annoying? So there's no change? Doesn't matter how many times I go through. Can I go through here from the other side? Nope. It doesn't let me that close. So if I go through from here, nothing changes. Freaking clippings! And it's not just 1 point, at more points than none. I have no idea. I have no fucking idea. What is this about? Because now again, I'm here and it tells me that I should go to the other. I mean, not that I should, but it's... This is daytime and it's set to the other. So this is where something is different. Because I did not change this. Wait, I could destroy that? I could destroy that. Now it's set again to the other way. And this should be daytime. Like, as you can see in there, it's daytime. Here it's nighttime. But inside it's daytime. And you can see that inside the inside there is daytime. Can I change anything here? I don't know if I fucked it up or did it right. Don't know what I'm doing. I need a fucking clue. So it's changed again. This should be nighttime, but it's daytime. I mean, almost. It shows this. But I cannot change it. Still with this. I can't figure it out. So it's nighttime. Okay. I don't know. I'm going into the daytime. It's gonna be daytime. Inside it's nighttime. I'm going into nighttime. Okay. It shows nighttime there as well. But here it shows daytime, so maybe I need to change to... Oh, wrong button again. to nighttime because I saw nighttime in there. I think it's because one of them was set like this, the other one was set like that, and it just... No, you don't say. It's the same thing. I did both. Okay, clockwise. There you go. But what am I doing wrong? You mean like... No, how the fuck? You cannot tell me that I did not try this like... I don't know how many times. And it told me that I cannot do that. Fuck that. You can watch back. I'm here for like half an hour and I did that like over and over and over again. And it did not let me.
New もし空間に同じ規則があるのなら、ここにも小さな大義板があるはずだ。
不赦。
Oh, there's no
お前ほどのものが
compass on the sky.
地下の亡霊になるとはな。
Sure.
敵がいない。いや。
But I figured that there were some differences with the places. Like for example, when I blew up the barrels behind me, after that there was a chest that appeared. That there was this small tree, and I think that might be it. That maybe after that I did not try to turn clockwise, because there was a small tree that I could destroy. That I did not think that I could destroy because I tried to shoot it before and somehow I couldn't. I don't know how. You can see, you can check it. I tried. So then the small tree I could destroy, and I think that meant that later on, when I turned clockwise, that did not become a big tree, and that let me turn clockwise again. So that's what I'm thinking at this point. It's just it feels like I tried it after that, because I tried it so many times. So I destroyed the tree like 10-15 minutes ago. So I don't know. And so I don't think that the clock came out of the earth. I think that I could not turn it because the tree was in the way. I think it was the tree, though, because now after that I went through that over and over again, and the nighttime place there wasn't the tree. It's just, I think, I'm not sure, but I think that I even then tried to turn the pointer, but maybe not. But even then, that was at least 15 minutes in. So I'm not saying that I did think of it right away. So even then, it was more time than I would like to admit. But now it's recorded, so it's there. No enemies. Hold on.
敵は姿を消せるのか。まずい。早く加勢しなければ。
Maybe Shao is the
Mate.
enemy.
これは我の戦いだ。近寄るな。
Or his imagination, or an illusion that we don't see yet. This is my
汚れた魔獣よ、お前たちのせいで何人もの人が死んだ。地下空間に誘い込んだのはお前たちの弱点に気づいたからだ。
身を隠し闇討ちするのは不者がよく用いた戦術だ。
我と共にここで朽ちるがよい。
お前ほどの手だれがこのようなところで死ぬわけがない。
まずい。このままだとショーが不利だ。
構わん。結
What do
果
you
は
mean?
もう分かっている。
I'm alright. Oh, it's getting worse. What the?
くだらない。
不者は体力が低下しているようだ。
東田体元帥不者。お前のその力は無尽蔵ではない。それにお前の幻影は本来のお前よりも劣っている。全盛期のお前はこの程度ではなかった。配下の中でも随一の夜叉であったのに。もし帝君がこのような姿になり果てたお前を見たらどう思われるだろうか。
行け。後方は我が援護する。そして魔獣を地表に返すな。皆の者、双眼から100キロの戦線を死守せよ。
What? So that was just a shadow boxing?
もう十分だ。
Be gone!
滅びよ。虚無の幻影よ。
Yeah, what I'm thinking. Okay, I'm trying to talk slower then. So what I'm thinking, when I went in and it was the night time, you know, the second phase, when the clock was looking at this direction, then there was a tree, a big tree in front of the clock, and if I went in the other time that I'm saying it's daytime, at that point the tree was small. It's just because I tried to destroy the clock, I mean shoot at it, try elemental reactions, so I was like attacking it with Yanfei, for example, big fire, boom, and then nothing happened, and at one point I could destroy the small tree. So after that, when I went at the night time, the big tree wasn't there. And I think that at that point I also tried to turn the pointer in every direction. But the game told me that I couldn't. But maybe I did not try to overclock. Maybe. It just feels like I tried, but it was like 15-20 minutes in with that. So lost time, and I would like to say that I'm smart enough that it did not get to me, but it did. I'm usually smart enough. I promise I'm smart enough. It's funny. You haven't even recovered from your injuries yet. I mean, he doesn't even have the injuries there.
我の責務を果たしたまでだ。気にするな。
先ほどの見えない相手が伝説の東田体元帥不赦なのですか？
Yes, because I thought that there is an indication in there. You know, there was the door, and it showed the state of the next place where I'm going in. And sometimes when I went in, it showed the other time, and I was like, okay, then maybe I have to change then to run into that other time. It was just, I did not figure it out, and I thought that it had to be some simpler one because Genshin is never this complicated, and it was my mind that made it more complicated that it should be. I was overthinking it. I shouldn't have. So yeah, it's like, okay, I can say that I am too smart. So that was the problem. No, it's just I was dumb. Yeah, it's not that complicated. That's what it is. It's just I couldn't figure it out. I was searching for another type of mystery. Marshal of Ritras. And actually, where are you from? Because your name shows that somewhere on the east, I guess, probably. The small dog. I thought that you had what's it called? You know those little white creatures from Mononoke Hime. Oh, from China. Okay. I mean, nice game. it's coming from your country. I was like playing this for a month when I realized that that it's not Japanese but Chinese. So, so it's my favorite, one of my favorite games. It's from China, as you can see.
独断先行したのは悪かった。不赦が行方不明となり数百年。先ほどの戦いが奴と顔を合わせる最後の機会だと思ったのだ。
This might be the first time when you destroy him.
あいつさっき戦線を死守しろとかなんとか叫んでたけど、
奴はこの地で戦っていた。伝説の無名の夜叉とは不赦のことだったのだろう。
It was him or his memory, his illusion.
でも戦う時に必ず名乗るんじゃなかったのか？どうして名前が残らなかったんだろう。あいつの身に何かあったのか？
I mean, he kind of did. Or someone was fighting for him?
わからぬ。おそらく自分が何者であるかすら忘れてしまったのだろう。
Or that could be it.
それはご子孫のせいでか？
不赦は姿を消す前から狂気に陥っていた。奴の記憶が無傷であったかは誰にもわかるまい。
I mean, memories here are not intact. None of ours, so...
狂気に飲まれながらも
Could be.
双眼巨炎の戦争に参加したのですか？
Yeah, he did. That we established.
夜叉は平穏な時代を生きられはしない。戦いと殺戮の匂いに引き寄せられたのだろう。
I mean, you're not living in China, so you're from China, but you're not living there, or it's just, you mean that it's like going around in at home. I mean, I know that Liyue, so that's when I realized when I was playing the game, and the first time I went to Liyue, and people said that Mondstadt is like Europe, or European parts, like it's a mix of Europe, and Liyue is China, and then I heard that that because the developers wanted to represent their own country, and that's when I realized that okay, so the music was definitely more like a Chinese type of music from the beginning. For me, it felt like it's just for me, you know. I'm 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 from the West, so I might confuse. So because I watched a lot of anime, Japanese anime. So Japan I recognize, but maybe I would be able to recognize Korean, but Chinese was again, or Mandarin was like something that I could also distinguish, but I basically I cannot understand anything from it. Daochi. Am I pronouncing it right? Daochi. Well, is that somewhere in the game? Or it's in reality Daochi is like that, and it is similar somewhere in the game.
我らは摂政に精通している。そしておそらくそれしか取り柄がない。この一戦で我も確証を得た。これまでのことから察するに、この空間は人の心の一部を映している。
But maybe that battle wasn't against you. You were just there. I mean, I felt that it's like a battle that I'm just there, and it's too random.
たとえ狂気に飲み込まれていたとしても、不者がこの地を訪れたのは事実。先ほどの幻影も、奴が残した痕跡ということだ。この空間は、奴の戦う姿を再現した。だが、あのような身を滅ぼす戦い方では、生きているわけがない。
You fought the
不者の
monsters.
幻影は魔獣の弱点を発見し、地下空間へ誘い入れたと言っていたわ。この空間は一体何なのかしら。カーン・ルイヤの魔獣を抑え込むことができるなんて。体が重くなった気がする。気のせいというわけではなさそうだ。空間が私たちに干渉しているようね。
不者は地下に残ったはずだ。だが、ここには幻影があるのみで、当の本人は見当たらなかった。もしこのままここを離れられない場合、我らもあのような結末を迎えるのかもしれない。
Don't worry about it. It's more like I am from Hungary, actually. So, okay. So I am from Hungary. it's because I was living in the UK for a while, and there I learned this. What's to say? How to bite the end of the words, you know, because before that I was like I learned English in the way that we pronounce in the school, and it was like not how they are using it. And I know that this is more understandable, but it feels more fake to say to speak like this, and even then it might be too fast. It's just out there I realized that speaking and biting the words and not caring that much about the correct pronunciation, they are real patient actually, because there are a lot of Europeans and people from other countries working there and living there. So that changed my way. And also when I started streaming, I was still like not able to speak the way that I wanted to. I'm still not actually, but you would be able to compare how I was speaking back then. And that's why this game was for me very important, because I am reading, if there's no voice acting, I am reading everything. And reading reading stuff that I don't know, basically, so I on the fly, it evolves my English in ways that living out there for years was not able to achieve. So I'm much better with English since I am streaming, especially this game or any game where I have to read. So that's basically something that I advise if you want to better your English, that read out loud what you read, everything, because that way of pronouncing things as you read, that affects your speaking the best. And that's what everybody is saying anyways, that you should speak the language, but speaking with somebody else when you don't feel confident with your English, then that's like you try to speak subconsciously, you try to speak the least. But if you are just like reading a book in English, just have a book there, nobody is there, and you're just reading it loudly, I think that's one of the best way to build that confidence, build that routine how to pronounce English. Even if you don't pronounce it right, but you are speaking it. So it's like when you go out and talk to somebody, or anybody talks to you, then you understand it better. That's my advice for that. Other than that, I'm more like I will forget now, and I'm trying to pronounce it much better, but I will forget pretty soon, and I will just say what I think. But still, it's not just that. not just that, but I'm also not perfect with English. It's just I'm more like, I'm sitting here and I am actually trying to speak as fast as I can. So it's like we're not trying to have the same. So I'm not trying usually to try to slow it down and pronounce it right, because that's not actually my goal. So someone who is veteran English speaker or native English speaker, they do understand me. Yeah, that's what I was before I went went to live in the UK, which I was 30 back then, 29 actually. When I went there, I knew English, I understood, so I could watch movies without subtitles, and then listen to music, and I could use English. I could talk to people from England, America, or whatnot. But when I went there, and for months I was like using just the shortest sentences, like all the like having problems, and I was like, I'm much better in English like than this. So what is that? The routine has to build up, and that confidence that you because you want to when you are talking to people who know English, but especially when their native language is English, then you don't want to waste their time. You want to respect that the time that they are giving to listening to you. So if they are not patient, and that's why I'm saying that it's important that in the UK they are patient, because they are used to people not speaking English that well, and it's a very good thing that they are. So standing in front of them, we are just trying to speak as quickly as we can, put out the information as quickly as we can. So we are just speaking short sentences, the short things that we know that they understand. But then, if you build up that confidence, then you realize that when you start to think during the sentence to find find the exact word, then they do respect you for respecting them to actually say what you want for them to understand. So that's kind of a something that works together. That they want you to be able to say that what you want to them, for them to understand. So yeah, it's a mutual respect there. Not everybody, unfortunately, not everybody, but most of them, like more than 90% of them, are like used to that kind of stuff. And I think it's very rude for the foreigners there, because we had that when we were talking to each other, or for example Hungarians were talking to each other, and there were someone like a Polish person, and the Hungarians were not changing to English for the Polish to understand, because they were like not bothering with that. And I was like, I always thought that is rude, because English was what everybody could understand there. So that made the Polish person, this is just an example of what I'm saying, but that happened, that the Polish person did not come and talk to those people, and we were like creating other groups inside the group that we were speaking in English, and they respected that, of course, but that made them and us as well feel disconnected to those people who did not have that respect, who were not using the English because it was inconvenient. Whatever. Okay, it was a long time ago anyway. So let's go.
前へ進む時が来たか。見事な戦いだった。さらばだ。
That's
不捨。
I don't think that's a goodbye. I think it is this was not an actual battle. What? Also, there are stuff here.
急がないと。
Unknown origin? Are we changing this thing again? Hey, that's rude. Huh. Can I turn it back all the way? I like it because they are rare. They are very rare. And it's even in the archive, it's not counted amongst the living beings. At least a few months ago,
ここに
it
書
wasn't.
き置きがあるみたいだぞ。見てみるか？
ああ、読んでみよう。
Oh, that's a letter 4. Then I speak the third one. We have no idea how long it's been since we came out with our comrades on patrol, but according to the information we've garnered, the beasts have completely lost all mobility. Indeed, most of them have disappeared. We are victorious, and what a grand victory it is, save that we can never again return home. Hulan's daughter will turn... Oh, Hulan's daughter will turn 2 this year, and Qingming's grandmother is getting long in the tooth. Long in the tooth? No, that's an expression I never heard about. The two of them miss their family sorely. Though I myself have no relations. No one does not wish to return home. No one does not wish to return home. But for those of us who are here, we are the only kin we have now. This place is very mysterious indeed. I do not know if it is because we miss home, or because this place was always like this, but when we are on patrol here, we can see sights that we could only see back home. Ah, just as you. I used to hear The old folks say that Liyue has had hundreds of years of history when comes to mining in the mountains, but this doesn't look like any mine. Perhaps this might all be my imagination. What with missing my childhood? What with missing my childhood home back in the mining settlement? Okay, I do not put this together as a understandable sentence. How I wish I could go back there. Okay.
この書き置き、ここに残された洗顔軍が残したもののようね。
この白陽って人、誰だろう。
Probably one of them.
白陽は私の先祖の一人よ。
Oh.
当時、この人は帰ってくることができなかったわ。
So, Boyang and Yelang.
つまり、
I get it.
白陽は不死者と行動を共にしていたのか。おそらく。
What do you... when you play this in the Chinese version? Haha. It might be confusing for you now that they are that you played it in Chinese. Then I am playing in Japanese and reading in English. Well, how confusing it would be if I would also translate it to Hungarian as well.
この洗顔軍たちは彼らの戦友なのだろう。
当時行方不明になった人、そのほとんどがここにいたみたいね。
あ
あ。
怖い。一体ここで何が起きたって言うんだ。
They were slapping
さ
cheeks.
あ、立ち止まらずに早く行きましょう。手がかりはすべて線で結ばれたわ。真相にたどり着くのももう時間の問題ね。ただ、
Alright.
この空間は果たしてどんな形で答えを出してくれるのか。
I mean, we'd probably be able to go this place, and after we've been all to these four, then this will be available. Okay, let's read the third one because I missed that one. This is the 10th day or more that we've been separated from Boyang, Bozacious, and the others. Well, that's what I say anyway. My friend here says that it's only been 3 days. I have no clue who is right or wrong, nor do I think that arguing serves any purpose at this point. I wish we could go home, but we cannot. The feeling is similar when I was watching the movie The Lighthouse. There was this, they had this different feeling of how much time, since how long they were trapped there. Well, most of these stories are like dramatic that way, because, you know, Tebot has a quite the tragic background. Like everything we now that we are here as the traveler and figuring out what happened, there are lots of these sad stories. Oh, maybe I should have checked the clock first. For me, one of the saddest was the Salt God, you know. Okay, so maybe here I already would be able to go there. But I don't think that I should go there first. I'm checking the other area first. Is there anything? So this is even way back. I think this is time-wise the first place. Well, this is where... Okay, I'm stupid. This is where we were, actually. Okay. Yeah. This was the one where the spider was. Okay. Yeah, I fucked it up. But whatever.
ついていきます。
Oh, it shows into the right place. Okay. Yeah, I fucked it up. Hmm?
何も残ってないぞ。
Oh. Okay. Now, will this be connected to the abyss? Or Celestia?
奇妙な空間だな。アビスの気配がするわ。
Yeah,
でも
abyss done.
敵はいない。
I think it's my memory.
お前の記憶？
Of emptiness.
どんな記憶なんだ？
That's the power of the abyss. I mean, is it?
アビス？ってことは、この空間がお前の記憶を読み取ってここを作り出したのか？
I'm afraid so, because I will always remember that the abyss took my twin away. The abyss, it's always bad news. The purpose of my journey is to find you. I will keep going. And imagine. Oh fuck. It's getting darker. Okay, I have to get everyone out of here. I find a way to survive this, then find blah 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 blah. Yep, it is. I mean, it isn't, but it is. we were talking. Oni-chan. Oni-chan!
あ、地面に丸い光ってるものがあるぞ。
I mean, it's the rest of the things where we couldn't go. I mean, this I remember. So, from the way where we are standing, this was the top. These were the two that we could go. These were the two, and this one. It looks like.
大義版
I can say arigato, sayonara, itadakimasu, and konnichiwa. Did I say that already? Atashi wa Alex, by the way. Kinda that you know, watching anime, some stuff is it just stays with you. But nothing like complex. I cannot say basically anything.
さっきの空間だと大義版の一部は地面に埋まっていたわよね。でも今回は地面に転がっている。まるで誰かが置いていったみたいに。
It seems like that disc that Stewie had in the Family Guy. If you stand on it, then you can time travel.
さっきのってお前が想像したものだったのか。
That I always wanted to ask somebody. That is the Japanese language and the Chinese. So is it similar that way? That like grammar and whatnot. So is it easier for the Chinese to learn Japanese? Because you know English, it's an easy language. It's like it evolves to be easier with every generation. But for example, I know that Mandarin is one of the hardest languages, and Hungarian is up there as well. So we are both in the top 10. But I think Chinese Mandarin is in the top 3. So because people were comparing, for example, Hungarian and Japanese, that they are not similar, but similar in the way of how people learn it, both languages. So, for example, how for a Hungarian it's easier to learn Japanese, like for an English or German or whatnot, because our grammar is complicated that way. So we have like but I don't know exactly. It's just something that I heard from multiple directions. But we are quite aware of the complicatedness of our language. So that's why everybody here is like, oh, yeah, Hungarian is so hard to learn, and it's like, so what? Spanish is as well. It's just I think it's always easy if somebody is curious. You know, if you have interest in something, then it's easier because you want to know that. Because otherwise, if something is like boring to you or you're uninterested, then it's like, yeah, I know that. It's just like for example, English and German has the same ancestors, and I think German is like a harder language, much harder than English, and it's more annoying language, at least for me, because I was for example, I started learning German first. Yeah, the interest is one of the best teachers, and also humor is what keeps attention, I think, and it's a very important thing, like and it can raise interest as well. So if a teacher has humor, then he has a much easier job, I guess. And that's for example, like I wasn't interested in German and I was annoyed by the language, so I don't know how many years it just did not get to me, and I was not learning English in school, and in less time than I was learning German, I learned English by myself. So it was funny back at that time that without having any lessons in English, I learned it from basically Cartoon Network and Heroes Free and E17 lyrics and whatnot.
幻影は一瞬で消えちゃったけど、あれってお前がお兄さんに会いたいから現れたんだよな。
I can sense that he is not here. But at least we found this.
エンヒ、これが君の言っていた方々、大義版なのね。
Good question, because it looks like a compass, but it's more like a time travel machine. But is it actually?
おそらくな。遺言にその形は描かれていなかったが、記載されていた情報と一致する。これでお前は何を見つけたんだ？この大義版、構造も配置も私の一族で使われている法器に似ているわ。こうすれば。
No?
うん。この大義版は意図的に操作された跡があるわね。何かしらの情報が秘められているかもしれない。
Hey, it's floating. Paimon, are you related?
まずは外に出て安全な場所に移動しましょう。この辺で大丈夫そうね。みんなしばらく休んでて。私は大義版を調べてみるわ。
So is this the end of the line? Not yet. Oh, the realm of stunning illusions. It's just that. We're getting closer. What do you mean by unremarkable? Or maybe I've just skipped the or went through the dialogue quickly. So did they call it unremarkable? I think speaking English is just routine. That's why I'm saying you can like speed up that process, learning it and having that. For me, it worked that I was reading out stuff loud. It worked better than actually speaking with English people. Even though I know that eventually it would make the routine better. So I'm looking for this type. For example, I work as a receptionist, and I really like when foreign people are coming and we can talk in English, and not just English people but from everywhere, and that's something that is really good, that in my work I can use it here in Hungary as well, because I kind of don't like to be here. But that's not a secret, actually. I'm just saying as if it is. Like, there's a war right next to us. Also, I also know that in your place it's you kind of have a hard time as well. So this world is still I mean, Earth. We are still not there yet that these type of conflicts would be the past. I mean, if you check it, how many wars and how much countries have changed their borders and whatnot. People had to lose their homes just in the last 100 years, or let's count 110 to involve the First World War. It's like when will humanity get at that point where that's like they would see that that's the unimportant stuff of it, like the power hunger and whatnot that people have. That's like, I don't know, not even a percentage of the human population is interested in it, but so many people are suffering because of it. Yeah, and as I know that you have these, not just the words are different, but how the tone you are saying is very much different. For example, here, learning in English, for example, it's an interesting thing that speaking the English gets to the next level. Do I still have frappe? No, I drank all of it. So, English speaking gets to the next level, I guess, when you have that feeling where to emphasize the words. Every word has an emphasized part of it at the beginning, the middle, the end, and in English, that's what gives the language the rhythm that people use, and in Hungarian we have that as well, and at a different place, and that's, for example, in accents. It's a very important difference, how people pronounce and emphasize those words, and also the tonal thing that people use in most languages. That when you pitch the end of the sentence, then it's basically asking. It's basically asking. That's what I'm saying. But as I've learned, as I've heard, that in Mandarin there are these tonal differences that it might sound different in that regard, as if like it's a question or something, but it's not. It's just that tonal change in a word. It just changes the meaning, and I think that's very interesting. Like in Japanese, it's like I'm not sure if but I see it in many anime that like saying yes, it's basically just a they are not even saying a word. It's just and yeah, it's understandable. It doesn't even need a word, you know. Okay. What did I want to do? Like also I wanted to check this, but it's the same amount. I did not do anything different, I guess.
無駄な時間を過ごしてると仕事が終わらないわよ。大義版が見つかった以上、私の仕事はここまでだ。
Goodbye.
しかし、私たちは不赦の幻影に遭遇している。この空間で見つけたものを果たして外に持ち出せるだろうか。
I mean, that compass you definitely will not take with you. And you're even showing to that direction. Huh. So the small one that we found, that's it, Yanfei.
陰陽のうち、五法の中、水火風来、循環無端、七神を地に取り、三門打開、経絡全通。
Seven heavens. What is he chanting? She's summoning some otherworldly beast, I guess. I let her finish. Okay, so in my language, for example, there's no difference in her and him. We use the same word. It's just them, basically. Tell me something.
不赦は元王帝君の下で御夜叉の長を務め、雷の力を操っていた。我とは異なり新兵であり、将たる才を有していた。
I mean, you are a formidable warrior. Not really a talented commander. Okay, I get that. Wow. I'm sticking with the fantastic compass, but just because I don't know what that means. Oh, that's not. Fucked it up. Whatever. I didn't want to step into. Oh fuck. Huh. I'm back, bitches. Okay, so I'm just leaving the domain like this, I guess.
なるほど。そういうことだったのね。
Hmm.
お？何か新しい発見があったみたいだな。
Huh. Some person's notes. My name is Boyang. Here I have the record of all I know for future generations to see and learn from my experiences. My comrades and myself were ordered by the Chishin to make the fantastic compass to the Chasm and assist our Middle-East champions, but the beasts in this place were incredibly terrifying, and our forces suffered terrible losses. If not for the aid of the Yaksha, I fear that my brother and I might have been slain right there and then. This Yaksha has 4 hands and behaves in a maddened fashion, even being unable to remember his own name. When in a crazed state, he refers the others around him as Alatus and the Menougias. Menougias? He has mastery over the thunder, and his form is awe-inspiring, one that is destined to be remembered throughout history. We followed him into battle against the wicked beasts for 10 odd days, finally breaking out. A snake has its weakness 7 inches below the head, and these monsters naturally have their weakness as well. Having discovered this, the Yaksha has decided on a battle plan to target the weakness. In our previous battle, the surface of the chasm was damaged, revealing a great and enigmatic underground palace in the bowels of the earth. We observed that the monsters would grow weak when approaching this domain, and so we guessed that there is some power that greatly suppresses these beasts of Caria. We have suffered too many losses. We must end this quickly. Rong Zhao, I guess, and I agree that I would take the fantastic compass and lead a group of militaries to follow the Yaksha down into the underground palace. We will lure the beast away and herd them into the depths of the palace. The seal must be completed by myself and the Yaksha within that place, with Rang Zhao aiding us from the outside. That way we can ensure that the seal will hold. If this works, the chasm front will be secured. However, this means that I, the Yaksha, and the militaries with us will be left behind within the underground place. Yet, the benefits are too great. We have to try this out. The warriors have observed day and night and have confirmed that the beasts are heavily limited once they enter the underground palace, almost as if some power is eating away at them. Some of our wounded have sacrificed themselves, and others have split off from the main party in their confusion, never to return. Will the monsters really be vanquished in this way? The unmatched strangeness of the underground palace is something I fear only, and I and the Yaksha still live to witness. Is something I fear only I and the Yaksha still live to witness. I do not know. I do not know how much time has passed. The Yaksha is gravely wounded and maddened. I fear he will not live long. As for me, though I remain clear-headed, I can feel a fey mood setting in. I do not know how long I have been here. The Yaksha urges me to depart, forgetting that staying here was the fate we choose. The underground palace is almost like a living being. When a breach first appeared in the ground, we leapt down below and gave battle. But even then I noticed that the breach was quietly closing. I'm not sure if that was the only tactic we could have chosen. And even when we attacked the rifts, the rent open spaces slowly regenerate. Well, they only regenerate slowly sometimes. Other times they can be swift. It is hard to say. Does this mean that when we damaged the ground in the fighting, we damaged the outer shell of this space? Have we accidentally entered the belly of some mighty leviathan, only to be slowly devoured by it? I believe that this should be the end of those wicked beasts. We have outlasted them all. I have tried many paths. There is no way out. The Yaksha has fallen. Only I remain. I see my family, my wife, my children. They approach me, and then they pass through. Must be going mad. How else could I be seeing my family, who are in Liyue Harbor? I wish I could go home. But can I? Rongzhao, sometimes I curse the fact that it was not you who had to undergo this torture. But Rongzhao, as your elder brother, I am glad that you survived. So tired, I can't think straight. Wow, that was some tale.
この情報は白陽という名の術師が残したものよ。彼は私が調べている行方不明になった先祖なの。
こんなに。これ全部お前の先祖が残した情報なのか？
数百年前、とある貴人が私の先祖に大義板を渡したようね。彼ら兄弟は二人でこの方々を持ってカーン・ルイヤの魔獣を倒すため双眼巨園に来たみたい。出発した時は二人だったけど帰ってきたのは一人だけ。その上理性を失ってしまった。
5勝か。
ええ、彼らは夜叉の不者と肩を並べて戦った。その時に5勝の力に染まってしまったんでしょう。神の目を持たない彼らは長く耐えることができなかったのね。記録を見てみろ。この記録を残した者の末路だが、永遠にここに残ることになったとある。そんな、もう他に方法はないというの？
Haha. Haha. You're saying what everybody's
どう
thinking.
しよう。オイラたち本当にこんなところで死んじゃうのか？
I
そん
mean,
なの
that,
嫌だぞ。
that doesn't mean we die. We just don't escape this place until we die.
こんなところにずっといるなんて嫌だぞ。
Oh, she broke it. But I thought you're related. Don't hurt the little guy.
今のは。
Mm. Reading books in the rain.
一つ思い出したことがある。待っててくれ。すぐ確認する。
Okay. ちょっと。That reading. You have very bad eyes,
旅人、
lady.
新しい情報を見つけた。ここに来る道中、私はあの遺言を調べはしたんだが、それがどんな書籍に挟まっていたのかを考えていなかった。すべて覚えているわけではないが、私はその書籍を読んだことがある。中にはこんな話が書かれていた。1000年前、仙人は悪獣を封印するため方々を作った。後に人間の友を作ると、放棄に用いるため方々をそのものに譲った。
I mean, as far as I understand, this is the thing that trapped the monsters in, that basically controls this underground palace. That was the end of Bozacious and Boyang and whatnot, and the monsters. But do the monsters still live? That's the questions. That's the question, because if we destroy this to make us able to leave, will that let the monsters free, or is it like that picky? I don't know, just the traveler and then the adventurers can leave, but the monsters will stay like that.
数年後、山に大きな災いが降りかかった時、人間と仙人はこのほうきを使い、力を合わせて妖魔を退治したそうだ。それだけではない。本にはこうも書いてあった。仙人と人間の力が一体となれば、天地の意を操り、徒天征夷が可能となる。器を証に人と仙が共存し、天地が一体とならん。
Is that about Celestia? And also, if my theory about Paimon, not my theory, the theory I used yesterday about Paimon, that she is either an appearance of the unknown god or like an agent of the unknown god, or anyway like that, or an agent of Celestia also. Then maybe she knows what this is. You know, she plays the dumb one here, but as soon as she realized that the others lost all the clues, and she was like, okay, bumping into this thing to show them that there's more than meets the eye with it. Because Paimon was the one who was like panicking and making this revelation happen.
もし 仙人と人間の根血である私の力があれば、効果ありだ。十分な力ではないため一瞬で効果は消えてしまったが、考え方は正しいのだろう。大義版の中で何かが起動したようだ。
I mean, the Akshas are some kind of an Adeptus, aren't they? So maybe together there are some people who will be able to make this work.
皇天の意、五法の神。夜叉と人類は共に気候を握らん。
封印の呪文だわ。不赦と私の先祖はこの空間の最上層を封印したのね。
Okay, because both issues was a Yaksha, so definitely that's an Adeptus. Yeah, so that will work. How lucky we are that Shao is here.
そういうことか。わか
Hold on, that huge crystal I saw in the bottom of the chasm. I remember when the crystal hit the rune serpent, there seemed to be an opposing force. That was like 2 months ago, so... Was it that opposing force that delayed the awakening of the space that has not swallowed us? Or did the impact weaken the entrance on the ground? Probably the second. Also, we haven't seen any abyss monsters in here. Could this all be connected?
みんな、今はまずピットと忍のところに戻ろう。そこで提案したいことがある。
もう動けない。ここに残りたくないし、死にたくもない。
I mean, that might be...
おいらから離れないでくれ。
And if you die when you stay with me, I mean, why would you be separated anyway? Ah, they
もう
were...
少しの辛抱だ。私を信じてくれ。まだチャンスはある。
行くぞ。
行くぞ。
急がないと。急がない
Wait,
と。
what? Oh, they are not here. Okay. It said talk to Yelan. Huh. Can I not sit next to you? Okay. I have to make a picture. With who? With who? With who? The bear cuteness again. I'm gonna go with Yoimiya. Yep. Oh, wrong button. Nope. Normal. Be normal. Okay. Did not get the blink. Whatever. Okay. Back to the other party. What up, Cookie?
忍、イット、戻ったぞ。
How's it all
ひ
doing?
どく消耗したからまだ目覚めてはいない。だが命に別状はないから安心してくれ。それよりもその表情、何か発見したんだな。しかもあまり喜ばしくないこと。そうだろ。
You're all going to die down here.
私たちは大義板を見つけたの。その中には先人の残した情報が入っていたわ。ただどうやらこの空間から脱出する術はないようなの。
Okay, you're starting with the, you know, how's the expression? I have good news, bad news. So you start with the bad news.
前にこの放棄を手にした人も永遠にここに取り残されたみたい。
Verse news.
そうか。
Okay, so as deep as it goes, and then there's
だ
hope
が
still.
まだ続きがある。さっき試したところ、大義板に力を注入すると反応があった。でもそれはあくまで封印された時の記録を呼び起こしただけで。
Huh. You don't have faith,
い
lady.
や、肝心なのは内容ではなく方法だ。書籍にあった内容を思い出してみてくれ。仙人と人間の力が一体となれば天地の意を操り徒天遷移が可能となる。仙人と人の力を合わせることで大義板の力を最大限に引き出すことができるんだ。大義板は根血である私に反応した。それはまだ動作していることを証明している。そして私たちの中にはちょうど純粋な仙人と術法を受け継いだ人間がいる。面白いわ。そんな発想があったなんて。
I mean, that was so fucking obvious. Shao and Yela need to cooperate.
仙人と人間が同時に力を注入するということか。
その通り。もし私の考えが正しければ大義板に最大限の力を注入することで完全な活性化あるいは反転させることができる。この方法は最後この空間と双眼鏡縁のつなぎ目を塞ぐのに使われていた。つまりもし反転させることができれば
Then we can let the monsters of Ganria out of this prison.
それで出られる。
その通り。
その考え、筋は通っている。
Shao is the one who thinks about it. I would
じゃあ
assume.
ひとまず今は休みましょう。準備ができたらその方法を試すということで。
No, he isn't. He doesn't care.
おいらドキドキしてきた。
Don't be afraid. This is going to work.
イエラン、ショー、準備はいいか？
Oh, you look quite alright, lady.
ええ、準備は万全よ。
最善を尽くそう。
エンヒ、一つ覚悟しておいてほしいことがあるの。
Huh.
なんだ？方々大義板はおそらく外に持ち出すことができないわ。多分この秘境にあるものすべてが時空と記憶の乱れによる結果に過ぎないんだと思う。私たちはそれぞれ異なる目的を持っている。そしてこの空間に現れるものは私たちの想像と推測に反応してくる。それは恐ろしいことであり奇妙なことでもあるわ。ここはもう単なる空間ではない。どんな高次元の力が影響しているかわからないけど、私たちのことを読み現像をもって答えてくる。双眼の歴史によればこの空間はおそらく大昔から存在していた。 一体どのようにして誕生したのか。
I remember a giant snake just outside this space. I mean, how is that connected? Why are we changing subjects here?
ああ、あれのことね。あの時私もあそこにいたのよ。
Wait, I remember. She really was there.
ちょっと待て、もしかしてあの弓矢はお前が放ったのか？
私以外他に誰がいるのよ。
He. I mean, just because Hoyoverse leaked the footage that story-wise we did not know. When the crystal attacked the giant snake, does that have anything to do with why the ground split open?
あの巨大な蛇はカーンルーヤ文明の遺産のはず。証拠は予想以上に有効だった。もしかしたら2つの力は相殺する関係にあったのかもしれないわね。もしそうだったとしたらごめんなさい。私はみんなの今の境遇に責任を持つべきかもしれないわ。
Oh, shame on you.
そんな、オイラたちのためにいろいろ解決しようとしてくれただろ。お前のせいじゃないぞ。
Shame on you too, Paimon.
そうかしら。この空間の活動はまるで生き物のようで、あらゆる幻覚で私たちの目をくらませた。実際私たちが見た人や通った道は500年前にすでに亡くなったもののはずよ。
I mean, so those monsters, but those monsters, if they are like that giant snake is the proof that those monsters are still alive.
それにここにあるほとんどのものは静止している。そうなると本当に脱出できたとしても時が流れ始めれば大義板は消えるでしょう。
But will it close up behind us? That's what it means. Because it would work, actually.
実は私もそう思っていたんだ。でもそれだからこそ大義板に出会えたのは奇跡だと思う。
これら全ては存在しないはずの槍で漆黒を壊したかのようなものだ。
ありえない話に聞こえるけど、これも残された最後の可能性。一体誰の思いがこの方々を呼んだのかしら。
Perhaps it was all of us. But also, what I'm thinking, if this device works out of space and time, then as we are escaping, we could arrive anywhere and at any time in the Tevat history. Not just where we were disappearing, but probably they will go to the other route that no time has changed. But also, I think that would be reasonable. How fun it would be if this kind of story would appear like later on, after we like fight Snezhnaya and whatnot, the Cryo Archon, and all that storyline would be concluded, and then at that point this would take us back to Kenria, find our brother, fight him, and like change the turn of events that happened there. So those monsters wouldn't be even go loose. You know, this whole thing would be whole Tevat would be saved from those type, and then we somehow come back to this time, and the whole thing, everything is just exists together with the Kenrian Empire. Huh. And no Celestia up there, and then maybe, for example, there wouldn't be even visions or whatnot, because there wouldn't be a need for that. There wouldn't be Archons anymore, so it would be like a much more peaceful place. Huh.
ああ、でももう一つの原因の可能性もある。それはお前の探し求めることに対する強い執念だ。
Huh. Why you make this about me? I just saw my brother in an illusion. It was the least of illusions out of all of yours.
見つかったのがお前の家族じゃなかったことは残念だが、でももしその者がここにいたら、きっとお前が助かることを心から願っていただろう。
I'm really fond of stories. I really like story-driven games. If we talk about games, but also I am writing my own stories as well, so it's not nothing new in that regard. And I like theorizing these kind of stuff. It's but more like in a fun way. So I don't think that that's the case. It's just it would be fun if that would be the case. I think that if there would be a direction that could go there, maybe in an alternate universe it is.
こうしてみんながここに偶然集まったことはとても興味深いことよ。もしこれも運命なら、私たちの手でそれを変えましょう。
こちらはいつでも大丈夫だ。親分は私と牛尾に任せてくれ。
Let's make him sit on the top of Ushi, and if it stings enough, then he will wake up.
旅人、パイモンのことは頼んだわよ。エンヒ、助けが必要になったら私を頼ってちょうだい。
Oh.
了解。
Alright. Thanks. Maybe at one point I will be able to show it off.
セーラ運、異例降臨、群馬蛇獣、雷帝壊滅、新規服従、正気流行、定直不明、消去不能、救急如律令。やはり大義版は増幅させる方々。この力を維持できればまだ希望はある。
力の維持は我に任せろ。
わかりました。
全員下がれ。
我が身で陣を守りてこの地を封印する。
我ら夜叉一族、世のために戦わん。金砲大将参る。
危ない。
That's his speed.
危ういと知りながらどうしても行くのか。
この地を守り104年、勝手に離れたことはありません。無名夜叉の剣だけはどうか帝君のお許しを。
Something will grab him. Ito. No, not Ito. Okay, Zhongli. Now this is the best part of Genshin when this stuff happens. With some goosebumps, of course.
さっきは間一髪だった。ショーが中に残ってしまうのではとヒヤヒヤしたが、無事でよかった。
Are you a girl or a boy? Lady of a man? Basically, I didn't even ask before.
お気持ちはわかりますが。まあ、その心にある思いはきっと一朝一夕で形成されたものではない。簡単には曲げられないものなのでしょう。結局、私たちの方針は最後まで一致しませんでした。ですが、あそこから脱出できたのはあなたのおかげです。救っていただきありがとうございました。
So sorry, because I was assuming genders here without even thinking, and I thought that you're a boy, so that's on me. But yeah, now it's just because you said that Zhongli is too handsome, then I was assuming that okay, maybe something else. But you know, it's like he's a husband though for so many people, so I can get both ways, I guess.
いや、我だけの力ではない。
Thanks to you. Thanks to you too, you know.
どういたしまして。みんな疲れているけど、怪我はなさそうね。ゆっくり休んでちょうだい。急いで出る必要はないから。私は先に周りに異常がないか確認してくるわ。
I don't know if she goes.
言っちゃった。お礼を言おうと思ったのに。
I mean, you said it in your thing.
ヘランは本当に自分が何かしたとは思っていないのだろう。彼女はショーがみんなを救ってくれたと心から思っている。恩恵を受けた以上はもう何も言えなかったんだ。ショーもそうたやすく説得されるような人じゃない。イエランも彼の心を変えるのをついに諦めたわけだ。
I think Yelan likes Xiao. I think Yelan likes Xiao. I really think it was implemented a few times there.
ショー、叩かれてるみたいだぞ。
そうではない。
確かにその言葉に誤りはない。お前たちの意見も心に留めておく。
Seems like you got through to him.
本当か。よかった。なんだかすごいことを成し遂げた気分だ。
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Here it's 10 o'clock only. I hope to see you some other time. It's just I think that I have to start earlier, a lot earlier to stream for that. But yeah, maybe check out my other channel. Well, it was a long time ago that I made some stuff there, but there will be a video here as well that will point back then, because I am planning to make. Okay, it's just how could I do this? So my other channel's name is at this point it will change. So this was my original channel. It's just it got cursed. There's a story behind that, and I made this other channel, so I am streaming here, and that will change, probably something boomer related, because I turned 40 this year, so it will change name. But there are these videos that are like edited and then more psychological and philosophical and social content and whatnot, with some gaming, of course. And I intend to return to that type of content. It's just you know, life is in the way, and because I'm doing this as a hobby. I'm not doing any money out of this YouTube thing, so it takes some time to get there. But I think it's some type of content that might interest you, if this kind of talk was interesting or entertaining.
今回誰か一人でも欠けていたら脱出できなかっただろう。それほどに危険な状況であったと言っても過言ではない。途中で誰も失わずに済んだのは実に良好だったよ。
そういえば牛使い野郎がまだ起きてないけど、このままずっと眠ってるなんてことないよな。
So basically, have a good night's sleep. That's what I forgot to say before. But thanks for checking in. It was fun.
早く見に行ってみようぜ。
ぐっすり寝たぜ。え？なんだ？何を見てやがる？
Yeah, you slept through half of it.
体は大丈夫か？
Bye there.
頭はどこかにぶつけておかしくなってないか？
辛かったら言うんだぞ。
今でも十分バカなのに、もし頭でも打ってたら。
何言ってやがる。俺様はピンピンしてるぞ。逆によく眠れたから今は力がみなぎってるぐらいだ。
That's not that much.
つうかなんか忘れてるような。そうだ。おい、俺たち地下にいたんじゃなかったのか？
Some sacrifices were involved, but everybody's fine.
話すと長くなるからまた後で教えよう。イット、私たちが脱出できたのはお前と忍と牛尾のおかげだ。私のせいでみんなを巻き込んでしまった。できれば謝らせてくれ。
なこと言うなって。俺たちを助けてくれたんだ。これくらい。もしお前がいなかったら俺たちは今頃リーウェの牢屋にいたかもしんねえんだからな。
Still in the jail? You weren't in the jail. You didn't get into jail anyway, as I
それ
told.
はちょっと違う。親分が牢屋で、私は外にいるのが正しい。
Like her eyes, but especially this one. It's like a purple cat's eye. I mean, a cat's purple eye.
そうか。それなら新たな友を作るいい機会だと思って、お祝いにリーエコを案内し食事に行くのはどうだろうか。
おう、そりゃあ最高だな。早速腹が減った。もう一歩も歩けそうにね。
私もお腹が空いた。では早速出発しよう、先輩。
おいらも行く。
Fine, we have other things to do.
わかったよ。
I mean, we might go to Wami restaurant and... Wami? Is it a Wami restaurant? I'm referring to. Whatever, you know, the 3 restaurants where Xiao usually is, and we can eat there.
じゃあ稲妻の2人は私に任せてくれ。今回は大変だったから、お前も早く帰って休んだ方がいい。
Yeah, this has been tough on everyone. Have fun, you guys.
ああ、そうだ。イエランはいなくなったことだし、お茶をご馳走するという話はなしにしておこう。
ああ、そうか。よし、代わりに伝えてやる。
What is that about?
旅人、空飛ぶちみすけ、牛尾が伝えたいことがあるらしい。
Okay.
なんだ
私も聞きたい。
なら、私も混ぜてもらおう。
Okay.
なるほど、そうしよ
Okay. But
う。
what
牛尾
is
のや
that?
つ、こう見えて思いやりのあるやつなんだな。意外だったぜ。
That's because the top of this bowl looks like a book put on it. So a bowl by its cover. It's clever. Like this. I mean, I know that it's more like the top of a house, but still.
一見奥の深そうな通りでも単純なことは多い。だから牛尾の言葉は役に立つだろう。
They will not tell us.
この件はオイラたちに任せろ。
じゃあ、イット、忍、牛尾、出発しよう。
おう、飯だ飯。
また会おう。
Hmm.
終わったか。
Kind
大
of.
したことをしてきたわけじゃないぞ。ただ友達を見送っただけだからな。
And you didn't.
あら、まだいたの。
Oh, Yalan came back, hoping that Xiao will be alone. But no, we're still
さっ
here.
き稲妻の2人が縁妃と一緒に離れていくのを見たわ。リーユエ港に行くのね。君たちは行かないの？
just leave Xiao to me. Just leave him to me. Just leave it. We're gonna take care of business. I'm gonna put his hand on my bosom and.
オイラたちはショーと話がしたいんだ。
そうだと思ったわ。周囲はすでに確認した。今のところ異常はない。これで一件落着ね。次は秘密保持の問題かしら。遠方から来たあの二人にはこの事件について黙っていてもらわないと。
I mean, what secrets were spill? Why did you spill your beans? I mean, why should they? Why wouldn't they be able to tell about this adventure? I don't get it. I don't get it.
うわー、待て。あいつらにはオイラたちから言っとくから手を出すなよ。
あら、そう？
You've got the mean street,
バレ
you know.
た？じゃあ冗談はここまでにするわ。今回みんなにはお世話になったわね。このことは忘れず胸に刻んでおく。あの奇妙な地下空間はどうやって誕生し、どうやって長い間存在し続けたのか。それらについてはこれからも調査を続けるつもりよ。なんとなくこれにはより深刻で人には明かせない理由があると思うの。それに最後は誰かが助けてくれたようだったし、それ自体は別にいいのだけれど、まさか私にはその存在が何者なのか見当もつかない。力のある方なのは間違いないでしょうけど。
It's Johnny.
まあ今はそれを調べている場合じゃないわ。 後片付けや報告の仕事があるもの。私も一旦リーユエ校に戻るから。それじゃさようなら。
See you when I see you.
我が待っていることに気づいてたのか？
Yes, it was obvious.
そうか、行きたいところがある。時間があるのなら一緒に来るか？
どこに行くんだ？
夜叉に関するところだ。
Okay. Layers of fear. Let's give the mystery a space, blah 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 blah. First things first, because this is the wasted resins stream, basically. Oh, we already have 3. Okay. Back to that Yaksha shrine, I guess.
もう少し進めば同弱のために建てられた寺に着く。
Yeah, we know about it.
この地へ来たのは何か感じるものがあったからだ。
それってあの地下空間で何かを感じたってことか？
Or did
う
you
まくは
realize?
説明できぬ。不捨と愛、過去に戻ったかのような錯覚に陥った。夜叉の一生とはよく言えば勇猛であり果敢だが、その実は殺戮によって占められている。壮絶な戦いを経て死ぬことは不捨にとっては本望であろう。我もそうだ。我は長く生きすぎた。人を救うために死ぬのならそれも悪くない。
I think you know that isn't true.
あるいは我のような考えはある種の狂気とたがわないのかもしれない。
I mean, it's more like he knows that eventually he's gonna go mad, crazy, insane. So he might have chosen this at this point, doing this good deed and saving him from that fate. That would have been redemption. But it seems like Zhongli was like, no, we still have use for you.
おい、そんなこと言うなよ。
Shao, we've got something to tell
そう
you.
だった。牛尾に託された大事なことなんだ。
Oh, we're gonna know
な
about
ん
it.
だ？
牛尾には鬼を払う力があって、鬼から身を守るためにあいつは使われてきたんだ。でもイットに会ってからはずっと一緒にいる。牛尾には理屈とか道理とかそういう難しいのはわからない。ただ一緒に生きると一番楽しい。そう思った人についていくだけなんだ。本来この世界で生きることに決まりなんてそんなにないんだと思う。だから夜叉の力が人に害を与えるとしてもみんなと一緒にいられない理由にはならない。
There will always be someone willing to be by your side. And that's
そ
true.
うだ。例えば神の目を持ってたら多少はその力の影響を受けなくて済むんだろう。それにとにかくお前のことを気にしてるやつはいっぱいいるってことだ。
But I'm still not gonna wish on this banner.
その言葉、まるで不捨たちのようだな。奴らはいつもそのように言っていた。世が高寧となれば 人間たちと共に生活するのだと。そう思わなかったのは我だけであったようだ。大義版にあった不者の姿は狂気に満ち、常に金宝やミヌといった称号で周りの者を呼んでいた。それら名はすべてゴヤシャを指す。金宝とは我のこと、そしてミヌとは深淵大将のことだ。他にも羅漢大将、抜難、過疎大将、王達がいる。世の者は我ら5人を先週夜叉と呼ぶそうだ。不者とイエランの先祖は地下に取り残された。つまり2人が最後に抱いた思いもあの空間によって読まれたということ。イエランの言葉はいずれも事実だ。我と彼女の策には双方欠点と正しいところがあった。ただあの空間の力が我らをはるかに上回っていた。お前らの協力がなければここに来ることはできなかっただろう。最後の瞬間、渾身の力を振り絞り、かろうじて一瞬の突破口を作ることができた。
それでも十分すごかったぞ。
Everybody thinks that.
エンヒもイエランも間違ってはいなかったが、我は常に最悪を想定していた。その思考は根深く、それでも思いつく限りの策だった。
Because it was a solution anyway, so... But it probably wouldn't have worked if... even if without starting to ascend first with the compass. So after that, when we were that close, that sacrifice would have saved us. Did save us, basically. But if only that sacrifice would have been done, then it probably wouldn't have been enough. The question is that those monsters, were they like the spirits of the... I mean, those spirit-like monsters, were they the spirits of the canyon monsters? So that's how they were left there, and they are still locked away. But that means that they are still alive. I mean, still alive, you know, like being a monster and being a spirit there, but closed away, you know.
あの時、もし帝君が手を差し伸べてくれていなければ、我は生きてあそこを出られなかっただろう。
So that was Zhongli's power back there. So everybody knows.
結局は迷惑をかけてしまった。
You didn't want to say it, huh?
でもそれが普通じゃないのか？お前と勝利じゃなくて、お前とガンオー帝君は深い付き合いなんだろ？お前もいっぱい助けてきたんだし、帝君の方がお前を助けてもおかしくないだろ？
Agree. Supporting each other is how people survive. Perhaps that's how it
あ
is.
の空間から脱した瞬間、不者の記憶をかすかに感じた。今回得られたものがあるとすれば、それだ。
I think I've had it
一
too.
人でも多くの者が奴の記憶を持つのも悪くない。
Ah, this is it. Okay, this is what I saw.
みんなどこへ行っていた？
夜叉の兄弟よ、また忘れたか。何度も言うが、俺は白よ。あんたと共に双眼で戦ってる術師だ。
白よ。
Oh,
白よ。お前が白よなら、我は何者だ？
こっちも名前で呼びたいんだがな。一緒に残ったのに名前もわからないなんて残念だよ。
ここに残るだと。ならん、お前は出ろ。
夜叉の兄弟、 バカを言うな。ずっと地下に残るって話だろ。おい、今さら後悔するなよ。封印は解けないからな。
封印。そうか。我は戦うために来た夜叉。
兄弟、おい、大丈夫か？
この傷を見ろ。我はもう長くはない。
もう俺たち二人しかいないんだぞ。死ぬな。今日この地下で家族を見たんだ。ってことは俺も狂い始めたんだろうか。
白夜、お前は家が恋しいか？
兄弟の住所を地上に残すって決めたんだ。そんなの、恋しいに決まってる。
我にも家族がいるのだろうか？
兄弟とかか？いるんじゃないのか？
兄弟か。我は一体何者で、家族はどこにいるのだろうか？
兄弟、どうしたんだ？死ぬな。もう俺とお前だけなんだ。行かないでくれ。
金宝、お前なのか？
誰が金宝だ？まだ覚えてないのかお前。
我はもうこのざまだ。合わせる顔がない。
兄弟、兄弟。
見ろ、そこに人が。
あ、彼らは一体。
ああ、我の思い出した。お前たちは我の兄弟たちが迎えに来てくれたぞ、白夜。
正気に戻ったのか？せめて名前を教えてくれ。
兄者、不赦の兄者。
おい不赦。
不赦。
我の名は不赦。その意味は、不祥は散り、万般を射す。
今日は少し話しすぎた。だがお前と話すときはあまり隠さずに済め。お前は一度でも天命を感じたことはあるか？生の可能性、死の到来、何でもいい。今に至って我は理解した。天命とは夜叉が最も好みに感じる厄災だ。それはまごうことなき悲壮だが、我らは恐れぬ。
ショー。
Are you sure it's okay for you to tell me all this?
構わん。帝君はお前を見届けるものだと言っていた。世の中のことはお前と語るべきだろう。抜難、見ぬ。王達は命を落としたが、不赦だけは行方不明のままだった。これは棘のように我の心に刺さっていた。それゆえ、危険を承知で双眼へと向かったのだ。これでようやく、かつて双眼巨炎で起きたことを知り、区切りをつけることができた。あの時、空間を出る前に石を手に取った。もしうまく持ち出せていたら、この石を不赦の代わりに、同弱を弔う寺に置くつもりだったのだが。残念ながら、それは残らなかった。 我ら5人の誰よりも若かった同族は1000年前の魔人戦争で死んだ。あいつが戦死した時、フシャは深く悲しんでいた。ヤシャは師匠と隣り合わせだ。まるで空を飛ぶ鳥のように各地へと散った。バツナン曰く、ヤシャの魂には帰る場所がないという。フシャ、白夜、そして将士たちは
Oh, Shao, they're all
英
here.
雄か。いい言葉だ。100歳は尽きぬが、属性には情がある。たとえ修羅であろうとも、思慮する存在がある。お前の言う通りだ。ここから先、世の英雄たちは互いに支え合っていくべきだろう。
Alright. Heart and soul. So... Okay. That's a new one. Alrighty, so what I'm going to do is... First talk to you, again. You observe Shao. Shao says nothing more. Complex emotions run across his face as he looks at the Temple of Purposes. Sadness, disappointment, relief. They are all there, yet are only a small part of a far larger whole. His expression is akin to that of a person who has been out in the blizzard for too long and seen far too much of it before finally gaining a place of respite from the battering snow. Okay. Let's head back down there and see what's what with that. So I can teleport there. Okay, I get it now. Okay. Oh, it's Ji Xiong again. She went to retrieve those beacons and hasn't been back since. I gave her 3 extra hours, knowing that dumb habit she has of running around everywhere. But it's been at least 5 or 6 hours since. Could you have me look for her? That kid really respects you, so you should have an easier time. And I don't want to have anyone get in trouble on my watch again. What's with her running off again like that? Right, I'll go. Where might she be? Oh yes, silly me, I almost forgot to tell you the most important thing. She probably didn't go too far, but at the same time, where should she go? Where would she go? Alright, don't worry about it, Jimbo. We'll head over to the places where we placed the beacons yesterday. Yesterday? Haha, 2 months ago. That's a pretty good call, Paimon. Alright then. If you find her, please inform me as soon as possible. Right. Okay, let's go here first. Okay, I'm gonna need this. And then... Oh, she's here. That was quite quick.
チョーク 剣女盤石
Oh, fuck you.
ついていきます。相関結晶。いけ。はっはっ健康よ、世の乱れを切り尽くせ。はっやあはっ急がないと。部外者禁止。
Oh, she's not looking so good. Come on, we've got to get her out of here, quick. Can you still walk? Don't worry, I'll take you back. Sorry, I'm sorry, Jinwoo, and, and don't look at me. Don't look at me like that, please. Don't be disappointed in us. The Golden City, the Black Watchtower, and the Heavenly Voice have left. Cut it with the nonsense, you. Kelly's given her some medicine and she's regained consciousness, but she won't tell me anything. Do you know what happened? How did she end up like that? She was trapped in the black mud when we found her. That's right, and we got her out just in time. Never mind that for now. What Shichong needs now is rest. Could you help me deliver this bowl of soup to her while it's still hot? I'm not very good cook, but I've had to take care of my fair share of miners, and no one's ever said my fare was bad. Alright, go then, see if she's any better. I have the meaning that Jichong can't stay underground anymore. There. I'm sorry. So you're sorry now, and not when you were running around all over the place, huh? Alright, give it the rest, Paimon. I lost my footing by mistake. Funny, huh? Nope, it's not funny at all. It's your life really worth so little to you. You need rest. Jimbo made you some soup. There it is. Jimbo made this? Thank you. And please help me thank Jimbo and the others too. I'll be fine. I just need to get some sleep, and I'll be good as new. I'm really very sorry. Could you please come back again in a bit? Maybe. It's gonna probably be another quest at another time. Talk to Liu Su, so that's something that I haven't done. So we're gonna start this soon. Toy shop. We can try luck and see if we can find the person there. What? What was that? What? Smiling makes the world a more beautiful place. See any toys you like? What you see is what you get. Have a look. Perhaps there might be something that catches your eye. Oh, so that we can get this here as well. But I have one. I already have one. I don't need another one. Ugh.
Yep.
Hey, Yusu. Ah, just my luck. I'm not gonna tell any more stories today. Not today. I started. What's going on? This tiny little stage is really annoying me. It's been poorly maintained for decades. It squeaks and the lightest touch. I've long told our boss, Fan Erye, that it need to be replaced, but he wouldn't always. He would always brush me off, saying that he couldn't find a good carpenter to do the job. Today, when I was telling the story of the Wrath of Haishan, it would make that infernal squeak with every pose I would strike. Nothing could have killed the mood more effectively. Everyone present burst out laughing, and some even made fun of me for it. I'm fed up with it. I must bring a good carpenter to see fun area, or then we'll see what other excuses he can come up with this time. You're from the Adventurers Guild, right? Can I just directly ask you to find a carpenter for me? How do I find the carpenter? Who should I look for? Oh, my bad. You don't look like you're from around here. How can I expect you to know where to find the good carpenters? Well then, how about you go to Ching's village and look for Master Lu? Ah, I know him. At Fan Carpenters. He's known for good skills. Please ask him if he's willing to help me. He can send an apprentice if he is not available. Any carpenter from Famous Carpenters can manage the job, and if they build it right, that means we can finally have a befitting stage for Miss Yoon. Jin. Ah, I'm such a genius with this seasoning that I just came up with. I don't see how Irie could say no again this time. Just rest assured, as long as you bring the carpenter here, you'll be paid in full. Got it? Then I'll be counting on you. I'm at the tea house every day. Come to me when you find our carpenter. How can someone say carpenter so many times? Like in every sentence. Should I go from this? I mean, if I go from this way... Oh, you're still alive. Ah, you're dead. Okay.
ついていきます。はい。次の仕事は
We were just standing right next to each other, but whatever. That's not going that far. Is there another one? There is one.
よっ。次の仕事は
Okay.
よっ。
And here is the one that I did hit before. Fishy. whatever. Alrighty. What was that? Master Lu? What's the hurry, young lady? Would you like to sit down and have a cup of tea? Huh. I mean, in Western countries, that's sexual assault. Right there. Master Lu, there's something. Explain Liu Su's request to Master Lu. Oh, it's not difficult to build a new stage, but I'm afraid I can't help. Liu Harbor is too far away. No one will be taking care of Famu Carpenters if I go. What's more, I'm too old to travel this far. It would take a toll on my fragile bones. Then we won't bother Famu Carpenters. I guess I can kiss that commission fee goodbye then. Hang on a second. Since you've traveled all the way here, why don't I recommend someone capable to you? Although he's not yet my apprentice, I've been considering the possibility of accepting him. Master Lu, I'm almost done with the 4-chair set the village had wanted, but I ran out of wood for the last chair, said Dayu. Dayu, thank you for helping out in the village. Speak of the devil, I was about to say that Dayu can handle your request as well. Do you have a job for me? But I'm not yet Master Lu's apprentice, so I can't represent Famu Carpenters. Calm down there. They came from Liu Harbor and want us to build a new stage for Pithew House. Oh, you want us to build a stage? Us means me and Master Lu. Did you hear that, Granny washing? Yes, I did. Master Lu, Dayu really wants to be your apprentice. He only follows you around at Famu Carpenters when there are so many other choices. He's a diligent and kind boy. It's time you give the nod. Got it. I've already asked him to take jobs on my behalf. I think I've made myself quite clear. Thank you, Master. Dayu, the first job I'm going to officially send you on is to build a stage for Pithew House. Do your best and make me proud. A piece of a cake. I've worked for the carpenter who built the stage for the Jade Chamber. Don't be so proud yet. The stage of Pithew House has lasted for decades. You gotta build a sturdy one for them too. Oh, so this is all for Aria's tea house? How has he managed to never replace his tiny stage for so long? I take the job. Let me finish the last chair in the set and I'll come with you. I'm sorry that you'll have to wait a bit. I need 3 pieces of pine wood for the last chair. I'm going to collect some. We'll have to wait a bit. We can't wait. Well, if you don't want to wait, then you'll have to magically produce 3 pieces of pine wood right here, right now. Ha! They know it. Got it. So you really can do that. Then could I trouble you to bring me 1 red dye? Now wait a minute. Don't get so worked up. A great person like you must have a greater heart. Okay. Thank you for your help. Have you found 3 pieces of red, pine wood and red dye? Everything right here. Here they are. Like busies himself, busies. The last chair is finished. Here you are, Granny Roshin. Now time to head to the tea house. Take care, master. I'll be back in a few days. Alright, be safe. Well then, if I leave now, I'll reach Rio Harbor by tomorrow evening. See you at the Tea house then. Okay, so it's like a time skipping one. Following day 6. But here or there? Or here or there? Or here or there? Or here or there? Oh, I cannot buy stuff until then. Right. Yeah.
流通のために作られた船は港に止まる。
I knew it. So I had to be there. Should I climb instead? Yo! What do you mean? Don't tell me that you're still arguing amongst yourselves? Oh, I get it. Mr. Liu Su wants to build a new stage, but he doesn't get to make the call here. Fun Area, who is actually in charge, isn't keen on building something new. Fine. Just let me know when you two have things sorted out. I've just had a tiring trip and would like to get some rest while waiting. This is just great. So our trip is a waste in the end. But what about our commission fee? Be patient. Let me try talking to him again. Area, if you don't want to spend a small sum of money on this stage, you'll lose a big fortune in the future. Just think about it. Every time Miss Yun gives her marvelous spear flourish performance, the audience will hear the squeak of the stage before they even get to applaud. Isn't that simply embarrassing? The Yunhan Opera Troupe isn't obliged to perform at our tea house. They could go somewhere else if they are displeased. That would be a huge loss on our side. Miss Yun is a dear friend. She would never do that to me. Huh? You're quite an optimist, aren't you? But I heard that many people have chosen to go to third round knockout instead of our tea house lately. Iron Tangqian has gotten even more popular than me. Could you try to be a little more realistic? With all the money Miss Yun has earned for the tea house, don't tell me that you can't even afford to build a new stage. Did someone just call my name? Oh, it's you, Mr. Liu Su. You look angry. What happened? It's nothing. I'm not angry actually. Well, are you here to perform today? I'm just here to have some tea and pay you and Area a visit. Ah, if it isn't Pithew, what a surprise. I was just thinking about you. You're being humorous. Miss Yun certainly knows the art of conversation. Come, friends, I have some newly made tea from Chaoying village. Let's brew a pot. Area, when I was downstairs, I heard that you're going to repair the stage. So this day has finally come. This will need a bit more consideration. Oh, a bit more consideration. Speaking of which, do you know who I visited in the Qingxi village today? You can't just directly tell me that you went to see Roshin again. Good guess. Granny Roshin was asking about Tea house, and I told her that everything was the same as when she was young. Then she said, what did she say? Oops, I forgot what she said. You seem to have a good memory, but why does it have to fail on this particular day with something so important? Forget it. She'll be happy with things remaining as they were. Young people are always after new things and have little respect for the past. All you know is forcing me to rebuild the stage. The more I explain, the more you will find me annoying, Please don't get mad, Arya. Let's have tea and I shall brew some. Pithew and Mr. Liu, could I trouble you to bring me some tea? Brew tea with ginger. Well, it's not squeaking. It's not squeaking. Miss Yun, I was wondering why Arya refused to build a new stage despite all these benefits. I see why. Thanks to your clever choice of topic. I understand his nostalgia. Yes, I really do, but I didn't expect him to have held onto that for decades. Now we know the reason behind it. I don't get it. This is an old story, but since you're involved, I guess it won't hurt to tell you. Fan Arya used to be an opera singer when he was young, and he often performed together with Granny Roshan. They would usually play a couple. Perhaps Arya wanted it to be real. But Granny Roshan had feelings for someone else. Later she grew tired of stage performances and then decided to go to Chingsi Village with the one she loved. But that person didn't make it to Chingsi Village with Granny Roshan, leaving her to live alone in the village ever since. Knowing that I often visit her, Arya would ask me about her from time to time. I can tell that he still cares for Granny Roshan. He sees the stage as a symbol of their past and thus doesn't want to tear it down. Since the stage means so much to Arya, he's not gonna let us build a new one. I guess all our efforts are wasted. That's not necessarily the case. I have a way to change his mind. Give me some time, Mr. Liu. Really? As long as the stage gets repaired, I'll be in your debt, Miss Yun. I won't ask for too much. Please tell Ring of Raining Blades to its very end. Pithew, you can join me if you want. Somehow Yunjin feels very different than usual. Our tea house has collaborated with the Yunhan opera troupe for decades. Miss Yun would naturally feel more approachable around us. No problem. I make some time and tell the story just for you. Alright, now that we've finished the tea, it's time to talk to Arya. There. Arya. When we were drinking tea, I suddenly remembered what Granny Roshan told me. Oh, what did she say? She said Arya always loves to make things difficult for himself. I feel sad about it. She truly understands me. But it seems that she doesn't miss the old stage. I'm the only person who can't let go. What a fool was I to be so obsessed with this stage. Alright, you can rebuild it as you want. It's a touching thing to have kept that stage for so many years. I don't find it foolish at all. Please don't think of it that way. The stage must be rebuilt, but we mustn't damage what Arya wants to preserve in memory. So you finally made your decision? Great, I'll start working right now. Here, take a look at my blueprint. The grand stage on the Jade Chamber was built based on it. According to this design, we need to tear down the walls on the two sides and... Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I think we need to repair the stage instead of building something entirely new. Since the problem is caused by the squeaky wood floor, why don't we repair the floor first? As for the rest, we can talk about it later. What do you think, Mr. Liu? So long as the stage won't affect performance, I have no objections to Miss Yun and Arya's arrangements. Is that all you want? So you don't need me to build a new stage? I agree, Miss Yun's idea is a good one. As it happens, we don't need to buy the planks, we can find some at the docks. May I trouble you to bring me the planks, Pithew? I'll pay you for everything in full later. That works for me. Alright then, leave everything to me. Okay. It's settled then. Wonderful about Genshin. I did just come back from Chinsu village, and yes, I visited Genshin. I directly quoted what she said. It's just that I didn't quote the full sentence. What she said was, Eri always loves to make things difficult for himself. He's stingy with Mora, and people around him suffer for it as well. It's honestly rather saddening. I mean, that would have been even more effective. Although what she said was true, Arya would have been irritated had I repeated exactly every word, so I took the liberty of omitting the other half. Huh. Maybe that's why Granny didn't choose him. Now, where are those planks? Inside here? There they are. No, fuck. Fuck, no, fuck. Oh, these planks will do. I start right away. Nice. The stage has been repaired. It's the same. Nothing seems to have changed at all. Young man, since you've traveled all the way from Jinxie village to here, how much should I pay you? I thought it would be a big job, yet I only had to repair a few planks, and that wasn't much trouble. I'm new in this line of job, so I won't ask for too much. 2 meals worth of Mora will do. That makes 8,000 in total. 2 meals? We bought a big meal for 2,000 in one meal restaurant back then when we paid it for Mona. So inflation is really a thing. That's a fair price, good. But I can only offer 2,000 Mora. What? Why don't you just ask me to do it for free? This is area for you. He has a 50-50 principle, you know. Well, it means 50 off first, then 50 off again, making it 75 off in total. It's rather economical. Oh my, your boss is really stingy. You only repaired a few planks. I'll only offer 2,000, not a single more. I guess I have to take it since this is my first commission. Remember to put in a good word for Famu Carpenters with your audience. Yeah, you can count on me. And my young friend here, thanks to you too, you'll be handsomely played. How about this blueprint? Look at the details. It must be worth a fortune. You're stingy indeed. To run a tea house, I have to pinch pennies here and there. And Miss Yun, you solved the problem for me on your visit. How should I thank you? That won't be necessary. I'm glad that I was able to help. I had wanted to invite Xinyan to go to a rock and roll performance. Oh, you need me to do some explaining for you why you go to the show, right? Huh? Don't say that. I just haven't seen my friend Xinyan for some time and miss her very much, that's all. If the people from the Yunhan opera trope ask about my whereabouts, please. Got it. I have the answer ready. Oh, you're asking about Miss Yun. She came to visit Xinyan and they did embroidery together. That's what I'm gonna tell them. Do you like this one? Yes, I do. Then it's decided then. Okay, finally. That's the big blueprint. There's one more. Okay. Here. Oh, I get it. Look, he really is over there. Hey, Zhongli! Oh, it's you two. We came to ask you about something. Would you mind waiting for a moment? I'm currently in the middle of something. What are you busy with? Speaking of which, to think you managed to return so quickly. What speed? Oh, Zhongli, are these your friends? They often come here to look for you. Ah, yes, they are all acquaintances of mine. Acquaintances? Splendid. Since you two are also here, could you help me persuade Zhongli to sell his archaic stone, please? Archaic stone? What would you want one of those for? Do you not know archaic stone is highly sought after now? It's not even a matter of price, for there is barely any supply on the market. I was telling stories as usual today, and Zhongli dropped by as usual too. Someone we talked about my Through the Eyes of a Dragon, one of my finest works, if I do say so myself. Oh, you mean that story? I love to go back over it from time to time. It's a good one, isn't it? Zhongli also says that my storytelling is superb. At first I thought he was just an erudite gentleman who knew a lot about folk culture. But as it turns out, he is also well versed in history of mythology, so now I often trouble him with the various questions I've got. And the pleasure is all mine. Don't be so modest. You've helped me a lot, but come to think of it, the act of chatting is pleasurable only because you're talking to the right person. Zhongli, for instance, is a good chatting companion with many fantastic ideas and, to be honest, lots of far-fetched theories too. There was this one time when I told him, see, my story first tells how Rex Lapis carved Ashtaha out of a magical rock, and then elaborates on how they fought side by side across the four corners of the world. Isn't that just mesmerizing? Yet, he said, the story is a true masterpiece, save for some inaccurate details. According to some researchers, Rex Lapis may not have possessed the skills required to create such a work of craftsmanship. What a bummer. And there was also another time when I told him about the Serpent of Qingxi village. He didn't buy the story at all, saying it was too good to be true for the serpent to transform into a beautiful landscape. Huh. I wonder if too much knowledge can stifle imagination. What a shame that someone as well-cultured as Zhongli should fail to appreciate the aesthetics of artistic creation. I can hardly object to your criticism. I shall keep it in mind. But your stories are always marked by wide imaginations. I just point at what I notice as an ordinary listener and hope that it might be of use to you. Since storytelling requires a sharp mind, I'm sure a storyteller such as you can certainly understand where I'm coming from. Those are the heartfelt reactions from a devoted audience member. And that's actually really story appreciation standpoint. For example, because I am making stories, for me it's that kind of appreciation that makes people think. Even though it's, in his case, he knows the stories and uses that to tell the people who have more imagination, so that they can put together the real stories with the imagination. Maybe that will inspire them, but at least make them think more, because, you know, telling stories is really about using the imagination to, if it's about stories, it's not about telling something that should be keeping accurate, like, so if it involves not lying, basically. But when just the storytelling, imagination has to be involved, because reality itself is way too boring. So if it's not like a historical thing, then imagination can make it more interesting. But it's still something that, if it's imaginative just because you don't know the original story, because you're ignorant in that regard, then it's not really the imagination, it's just then it's just fantasy. But if you know that, then it is thought-provoking, so it might turn the events around a little bit. But yeah, so there are differences in good stories and tall tales. You're right. I know your good intentions. You want me to become the best storyteller in Liyue Harbor, right? I don't think you quite get it. He just means to say that the details in your stories aren't correct. Why are we talking about stories here? What has this got to do with the Archaic Stone? Ah yes, back on topic, back on top. So I told Through the Eyes of a Dragon again the other day. Aren't you ever worried that your audience will get bored if you always tell the same story? Some stories are worth being told time after time, forever and ever. If stories are meant to be told repeatedly, it takes time and creativity to come up with new plots after all. Ah, see, Zhongli really gets me. Anyway, that day a miner, the leader of a mining crew, was out for work and happened to pass by while I was telling the story. He told me, well, do you know about the chasm? There's a type of incredibly beautiful stone to be found in that place. Such stones have a faint and exquisite luster. You can find them somewhere in a long and winding tunnel in the chasm. What did he say? I think tunnel is the word he used, right? You could probably say that. The chasm must be quite a mysterious place if even someone well-traveled as Zhongli has never been there. I guess that's got to be because no one was allowed to go in until recently when mining operations resumed, and I only heard about that from others. Ah, yes, indeed. The miner said that the stone springs forth within a tunnel. No one knows who built it. All they know is that the tunnel meanders forward as if created by someone dragging something colossal down. The sheer view of it is most awe-inspiring, apparently. Some say that the place might have perhaps been an ancient battlefield. But who fought there? We may never know. So I thought that Rex Lapis and Ejdaha could have fought there. Actually, I've been working on a new story lately. It would be nice if I could put this plot into it. So I invited Zhongli over to ask for his ideas, and to my surprise, he's in possession of an archaic stone. I hear footsteps. Okay. He said he bought it from a merchant at the market. He's got good taste and he wouldn't miss a true treasure. I was thinking that the stone could make an ideal statement to my story, so if Zhongli doesn't object, I'd like to purchase the stone as a memento. Zhongli, are you really gonna sell him the stone? Yes, Jian is an ingenious storyteller, and I enjoy his stories very much. It's my pleasure to be able to contribute to his creation. Huh? That said, if I sold him the stone, it would undermine the credibility of his story. As we have discussed before, Rexlap is sealed Ishtaha underground. According to experts, there are many caves and mining tunnels in the chasm. It would be a constant disturbance to people there if Ishtaha really was sealed there. Would Rexlapis not have considered that? That makes sense. You're right, Rexlapis wouldn't have done something so careless. Yep, that's a good point. To be honest, I'd wanted to exchange my favorite folding fan for Zhongli's arcade stone. There's an illustration on it. I'd love to have this fan in hand while telling through the eyes of the dragon. Upon it is drawn a dragon soaring into the skies, its body free to roam the world and its spirit unbound to aim high. It's an inspiring view. Whoa, this sort of fan's really rare. You know, even Paimon wants it now. Alright, don't we have an archaic stone too? Really? Then would you mind giving it to me? You can have my folding fan. Might I have a word? The archaic stone is precious indeed, and your folding fan is also a work of art. I would advise against exchanging them as you would ordinary goods. Well, if you say so. Actually, you know, I have more than one such fan. You drew the illustration on them, and that already makes them special. Anyone who enjoys your storytelling will rejoice if they were given such a generous gift. Really? You're right. I truly am fortunate to have devoted listeners who understand my stories, and I couldn't ask for more than that, could I? To be honest, I made these fans so that I could one day give them to like-minded audiences. And you certainly are such audiences, so they were always meant to be yours. Please wait here for me to fetch them. And you certainly are such a... Okay. Can I really keep this? Of course, you are my audience, and that makes you a worthy recipient. Besides, I've made several such fans, so don't worry, just take it. And Zhongli, there's no need to be formal with me either. It's just a handmade fan. I hope it's not too meager a gift for you. I'll gladly take it, thank you. An exquisite work of art indeed. It is truly something worth treasuring. Alright, actually, we came to ask Zhongli about something. Can we talk to him for a moment? Have I taken up too much of your time? Oh dear. Well then, please go ahead. So, did Zhongli just talk this guy out of two instances that he could have an archaic stone? And he was about to trade the fan that he just given as a gift instead. The fuck? There is no need to apologize. You have my gratitude. Zhongli, were you at the chasm? And you saved us too, didn't you? Thank you. Shao also said that he wouldn't have been able to escape without your help. Oh, did he say so? Interesting. How time flies. Even he has learned to open up to others. So, what were you doing at the chasm? Was I at the chasm? How curious. I must admit that this is the first time that I'm hearing of such a thing. Stop playing dumb. Why would I play dumb? This fan is of high quality indeed. Zhongli! Now that I am on vacation, I just take my time and walk around. I'd say that anything I run into is a happenstance of fate, for which I shall take no credit. Come to think of it, it's nice to travel to different places and witness many things in this vast world. They always bring old memories back. Do you miss the past? Not at all. I'm a mortal now, and being mortal means living in the present. A dragon soaring into the skies, its body free to roam the world and its spirit unbound to aim high. Most inspiring indeed. with much to be perceived in the four corners of the world, and much to marvel it amongst the mountains and waters, I believe I must travel still more in the future. Alright. So we have the dailies. We have some new stuff. And there's the fan. Wait, what? Did he actually took the stone from us? Or did we use it up for some? Because we had it here. Where's the fan? That's a red feather fan. That's a different one. I'm confused. Oh, this is from the floating fungi. Okay, that's new. But what? Wait, what? Is that fan part of these? Yes, it's here. It's furnishing. Huh. But we did get rid of... How much time do I have? 1 day. I have to use it up. Because we had an archaic stone. I think it was a 4-star one. From the Ashdaha one. This is a different type of it. Did we really change that for a fucking furnishing? Why? Fuck that. Okay. Okay, where are the other ones? And then it's in Azuma. All of them. No, not fish. Here I still have some ghostly stuff that I need to do. Find some particular ghosts. Oh fuck.
難攻不落。
トン食らえ。はよっ。トンははあ。ほれ。よっトンはは。相関化粧。はっ。
I hate these.
剣女盤石やはっはったふん隙あり
次の仕事は
But why?
下がれ行くぞ
The fuck was the reason for not changing that
さあほれ
character there?
よよははそこだはいやほれよはあそこだ
Oh, sorry. Okay. I think I should come from this way. Is there a Nuggy around here?
剣女盤石
お触り禁止はっへいついていき
はっ岩山八九
部外者禁止
Right. The other one is just down there.
次の仕事は
Oh,
せ
really?
瞬く間に
Nothing works against this fucking thing.
難攻不落
It has to be a claymore, I guess. I don't know what else. Not even that. What the hell? Oh, it had to... Like it's worth it. Fuck that. The fuck was that?
Iza! Ha! Ha! Iza!
There.
や
Okay.
難攻不落。
行け。ふわっ。陣営のごとく。はっ。ついていきます。
Okay, it was interesting. Last one, I guess.
「星と深淵を目指す」
Right. Did I get? What I wanted to check if how much
花と酒を手に蹴っ
attack this weapon has. 5, 10. Okay, so it's the same. Okay. Is it the pattern or the color one? The color one. Let's use tails. Get back in the commission thingy.
星と深淵を目指す。無事今日の依頼を達成。
As far as I know, I think I'm basically finished with everything. It's just because this one is here. I know about these. So I'm gonna unlock this. Claim this. I should have done it in the other order, so claiming the daily commissions after that, but who cares? I can cancel it. Why would I? Whatever do we get? So it would happen in Liwe. Because I don't want it to accidentally start. So I'm gonna start it. I'm just not gonna finish it. There you go.
旅人、パイモン、久しぶり。
あ、ケイシー、久しぶりだな。こんなところで会うなんて奇遇だな。仕事は順調か？
君たちやカーン先輩のおかげでだんだん慣れてきたわ。でも最近仕事中に気が散ってしまいがちで落ち着かないの。
Has something happened?
話すと長くなるんだけど、父上が体のことを理由に天数を辞任することになって。
Hmm? And you don't want it?
天王寺に何かあったのか？
正確には父上曰く体の不調はないらしいんだけど、気力が落ちてきてるっていうの。誰しもいつか老いる日が来るってよくそう言っていたけど、実際に顔のシワがどんどん深くなっていくのを見ていると、やっぱり何とも言えない気持ちになるわ。そうだ、父上は今頑丈茶室の2階にいるから、よかったら会っていってあげて。父上は君たちのことをすごく気に入ってるみたいだから、もし話をしに行ってくれたらきっと喜ぶと思うわ。
そうだな。じゃあ早く行こうぜ。
Now for that, calculated gambit. For that, I need to go to the second floor of Yangshan Tea House, which I will not do. I mean,
次はどこに行くんだ？
yeah, which I
いい上
will
の名
not.
所を巡りたいなら、いい案がいくつかあるぞ。
Instead, I think I'm gonna finish this for today. Well, we will see when it will happen. That I'm going to continue this. Shiny forehead people walking. Yeah. So. I don't even know. I think I'm just gonna finish him. What should I say? Nothing, right? Nothing. Just finish, huh? Right? Just finish. Bye.